Hello. How is it going? Let me read you. Let me read you. Cheese, you said hello. I'm finally the first one on stream. And Tali, no, you weren't. Oh yeah, you had a little fight there. I don't know who was first. I just know the first comment at least was Cheese. But thank you for joining anyway. Um, Mijo is here too. So hello Cheese, hello Tali, and hello Mijo. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, gamble instead. Why fight? Say Tali, Roman, what's up? Everything is going fine. I hope it's going fine for you too. And you say, just let me play Pikmin, please. Like, dude, go ahead. I don't know who you're asking permission to. Yeah, just play Pikmin if you want. Goes first to chat. I was first. He was first to chat. We're equal. Okay. Um. Yeah. So what are we gonna do today? Because yeah, I told Mihol that I was going to update him on what was done yesterday. So yeah, yesterday the last thing that I did, I think it was making the enemies fire, at least on stream, because I also did some off camera mining. I'm going to show you exactly that right now. So here, let me just play the game, and I'll show you exactly what I changed. So as I said, the flying enemies can now shoot at you, but there is still some tweaking to do, and I'll tell you exactly what are we going to be doing today, because there's still a lot of things to do for the flying enemies. But I think today will be the last day that I'm going to be working on them because they're pretty close to completion. Yeah, so I changed their graphics, so now they are like this. These blobs, they're a little bit more squared, like they're a little bit, they look a little bit more a little bit less rounded. Also they have eyes, but they don't blink yet. I was just trying um, some designs for these guys, and this is so far what I came up with, but probably today I'm gonna change them. And as you can see, there is a little shader that I did for these little guys, and it's just something that makes them makes that like, I don't know how to call them, but that thing that kind of fire like just rotate. So probably I'm going to be changing their colors, making them blink. Um, Also changing the texture that they have on that like aura. I called it aura because I didn't know how to call it. But yeah, they also need to fire, and they'll have an animation when they fire. So yeah, that's I think that's it for them to work. So let me see if I was missing something. I don't think I did. Oh yeah, I'm going to make three types of these flying enemies, so they can spawn in each of the types of like terrains. So there's going to be the normal one, there's going to be the ice one, and there's going to be the fire one. And I have to include them to the spawning system so they can spawn really, because now I'm just placing them manually on the scene. I want them to spawn um, when you get to the zone. So, also, if there are no more spaces on the regular slots, like there is just, I think 16 slots that these enemies can occupy, and probably I'll make them less, so it's like 12 or something. If there's no more spaces and there's more enemies, I'm going to have an outer ring that is a little bit larger with more spaces where they can get to, basically. Um, but they won't be able to attack you from there. They will just be able to attack you from the inner circle. Okay, so first thing first. Yeah, the first thing that I'm going to do is probably let's do the functionality first. Functionality things related or functionality related things first, so we can spend a lot more time just tweaking the art side of stuff, because they are not going to stay like that for much longer. Okay, so yeah, the first thing is if there are no more spaces on the regular slots, go to another further slot in which it will not be able to attack. Okay, so how do I do that? Let's go into player air slot. So here, player air slots, and this is the thing that creates the ring around the player, the ring of possible positions around the player. So air slots prefab. So this is going to be air slots, and I'm going to rename this to air slots primary, or yeah, air slots primary is okay. And then I'm just going to copy and paste and secondary like that. And here, when I call this on initialization, I'm also going to assign this air slot secondary equals new game object, and this one is going to be larger. So if air slot count, I'll have to modify this to be air slot count primary, air slot count primary, and I'll have a secondary too. So if this is 16, let's first do this. It's going to be 12. So there's only going to be 12 enemies allowing you, or um, that are going to be able to attack you. And yeah, I'll have to do basically a lot of primary and secondary. So, and tell you say already I'm done with Pikmin for now. You're you were just playing Pikmin? Dude, I've never played Pikmin, but it sure seems fun. I've seen some gameplay though. Secondary. Yeah, and that one is gonna have a lot more spaces in there. So how many? How many spaces? Let's say it's gonna have 20 more spaces. So in total, there's gonna be 32 enemies. And here, this is gonna be radius primary. Here, serialize field, private, float, secondary radius, or radius secondary, use secondary. And this one is gonna be something like, let's let's start this at 9. And totally say, yeah, I was playing the platformer on 3DS at the moment. Well, was, I'm not right now. Okay, yeah. Um, okay, yeah, and here I wanna say air slot count secondary. But I think I'll do it here, like after E is less than air slot secondary. Oh, slot secondary. And I think, well, probably I should have done before this. I should have saved on GitHub, but well, I'll do it. I'll do the save after this. And tell you say, would you like some functions with those variables? Yeah, of course. Um, okay, so here, float, angle. I'm just going to copy what I did in up top, math f dot phi times 2f divided by air slot count secondary. And here I'll just do float x equals math f dot cosine of the angle. To be honest with you, I don't know. I'm not. I had to read this a lot of times to understand what I was doing before. So if you don't understand this, it's like just basically making a circle. Math f, that's sine, angle, and radius secondary. The oh, no more variables right away is there. Okay, so vector 3, I'm gonna call this pose. Yeah, pose is gonna be new vector 3 x 0 z, like that. And now I just want to do air slots secondary, and I'll choose the index of the current iteration equals instantiate. So I'm going to create a new one, and what I want to create is an air slot prefab on the position and quaternion that identity, because I want the default rotation and then just transform this transform as the parent. Now what did I do wrong? Yeah, air slot count. I don't want the air slot count, but I want the air slot secondary. More floats. Finally, wait, no, it's still a variable. Yeah, a lot of variables going on. So that should initialize a bigger ring around the player. Now, I'm not using it for anything yet, but it's still visible. It should still be visible on here. And I should probably have an offset for this. So yeah, I should probably have an offset, because if I go here, I'm going to pause so I can not get obliterated by the enemies. But yeah, here is the inner circle. This is where the enemies will be able to basically get a slot in and attack you. So if they are in the first circle, they will be able to attack you. And if they go to the other circle, they won't. So whenever I Well, I should constantly be checking if there is spaces, if there are spaces in the inner circle. Like, let's move whoever is on on the other circle there, you know? Yeah, but first let's give it an offset. So here it's going to have a little bit of an offset here. So um let's do serialize field private float, and it's going to be called air slots y offset, or air slots secondary y offset, like that. And I'm gonna start it at, let's say, 3. I think 3 is gonna be enough, or mm, let's say 4, just so they are a little bit more separated. So in here, instead of just doing this, it's going to be, the new vector is going to be x, the offset on the y. So let's search offset and set. So now if I play this, and if I go there, if I play this and I go there, you'll be able to see that there are two rings, and one is more elevated than the other. I don't know about the spaces. I could probably make it even like even bigger, but it's okay. And Fanatic25 says, "Looking handsome, mate. Have a great day." Thank you, thank you for the kind words, Fanatic. So what I'll do in here is, well, I also I'm already making the enemies go to the positions on the inner circle. Now, I have to make them, if there are no positions on the inner circle, I'm gonna take them to the other one. Yeah. So, how do I do that? I have to basically probably gonna create another function, get air slot index. And I'll have another that's gonna be here, private int. So I need to return something. I need to return a number, and it's gonna be get air slot, or get secondary air slot index. Yeah, I think that's it. So I will need what? I will need the vector 3 current position. It's basically going to be the same as the other one, but it's gonna use another. It's gonna use another array. And here is gonna be flying enemy brain script, like that. And it's throwing me an error because I'm not returning something currently. So I'm gonna make int result equals -1 as a default, and I'm gonna return it here at the end of this. And Tal, you say also, I like how oh, first you said who thought my health coach to quit smoking with, no, I'm not joking, Alan Carr was a good game for the DS. Better question since to, when did I own it? I've never smoked in my life. I don't know if that, it could be one of those games that come with DS. I don't know, but it's pretty weird. Tell you say also, I like how you organize the flying enemy stopping points to start hovering in a circle around the player. You should make them spin so they slowly circle you. Um, well, they kinda do, they kinda do. If I show you in here, let me show you. Because they get like they reposition to the closest point to you, and when they get far from you. Fanatic, you say there's a cute little guy on the screen. Yeah, so if you're on the vertical stream, you could go to the horizontal one, and there you can get an avatar. So whenever you speak or whenever you say something, you're going to get your own avatar there. That's going to like show up. And here, let me put this here. Okay, so I wanted to show you this, Tali. So yeah, they try to get to you like as close as they can. But for example, if I get there, they reposition to the closest place in that circle. You know, so they try to get as close as they can. And I think I lost two enemies there because I got into they got into the building. I don't know if they can escape now, but yeah, they do reposition. They are like constantly changing positions here, and here they are. Here they are. Oh yeah, the stream avatars broke because whenever I start the vertical and the horizontal stream, there is a problem there. So it's picking up from either one of those. Yeah, so now they are here. Yeah. You see, Fanatic, there you have your own avatar if you're on the horizontal one, in the horizontal stream. Um, see, Cheese, you say we should also have our cute little guys on the bottom of the screen for talking, but it doesn't work. It works now. It works. Um, Roman fix it. And Fanatic, you say this game looks good. What? I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I've been working on this for a couple of months now. And if you want to try it, there is a version free on itch.io. So if you go to the description and you go to the link that says play my games, I think it's the second one, you will be able to try the game for free. It doesn't have these enemies right now because I'm just making them currently. But yeah, if you want to try it, it's there. Is there a lot of delay in the stream? Okay, so now I wanna go back again here and keep working on this function. So if I don't have a space, and I'll probably have to make a lot of enemies to try this out, because otherwise it's always going to get to the primary slot. In Fanatic, you say, oh, I see, may I try when I have time, not gonna lie. Yeah, feel free to do so. And if you have any recommendations or whatever, well, you can just tell me here or in the description there of the game. Also, you could join the Discord server. There we chat with the community and you can like directly send screenshots or whatever you want. There it's easier to talk there. So feel free and welcome to join. And Cheese, you say, yeah, Roman, I have some delay because when I'm trying to watch live, I have a poor connection. Um, dude, what a shame. What a shame. I hope it's not that bad. At least I'm not dropping frames, so you shouldn't miss anything. I don't think you say much love. Thank you. Appreciate it. Now, here, um, what do I want to do? I want to filter, like basically find. I'm gonna write some pseudocode here. So, or actually, I don't really need the pseudocode because I already did basically the same thing here. I'm just going to copy this and adapt it to the new air slot. So here, the distance is going to start at 1,000. So it's always going to be like a huge number. So it's not going to try and so it can get calculated right. And Chiska, you say it's not that bad at the moment. I'm live. At this moment, I'm live, and also I just remember still haven't played the newest version of the game. I might do it today. Yeah, let me know how it goes. I'm gonna try your game too. If not today, tomorrow, because today after stream I have something to do. But tomorrow. Okay, so here, let's see. Yeah, this is not the one that I want to access. I want to access the air slot count secondary. So I want to know how many. So for each of those slots, air slots, those points in the air, I want to do something. And what do I want to do? Whatever I do in here. Whatever I do in here. So flying enemies on slots. No. And what was this for? Flying enemy brain. Okay. Flying enemies on slots. This is going to be flying enemies on slots primary. So I need to change everything to primary and secondary. And I'm just going to copy this. And this is going to be secondary. Secondary. And I see if I have to, probably have to initialize this. So assigning the value at the beginning. So flying enemy slot secondary equals new flying enemy brain and air slot count secondary. So I start with whatever count I assigned there, and currently it's 20. And Tali say, wait, I haven't either. Yeah, feel free to try the new version. There is mostly in the new version that I uploaded, um, most of the most of the bugs that you found are fixed. So that's the main change from the previous version. And also we have a new skybox, so it looks a little bit prettier. Um, since you say understandable, I'll be patient. Okay. And Tali, you say, I'm going for a bit. Nice to pass by. But for now, bye. It was a pleasure to have you here for a little bit, Tali. So talk to you whenever you can join again. Bye bye. And Carl Rick says, hi. What's up, Carl? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Are you into game development? Maybe another type of dev, maybe web dev, AI, or something? Or maybe into the arts, 3D modeling, 2D art, animation, something? Music, maybe? Um, and here, get secondary. So here, for int I, yeah, whenever I do that, I want to access the secondary. And I'm going to check if it's null. So if it's null, then it's empty, so I can assign an enemy to go there. And here, if vector that distance current position, yeah, the current position, yeah, I'm passing it there. Air slots primary. No, this is going to be secondary. Secondary. That transform that position is less than the distance. So this is always going to be less because it's always going to be less than 1,000 probably. So it's always going to to update the shortest distance. So if it's shortest, then the previous one is going to update it and pass that index. So yeah, I think that's it now. And this is going to be secondary too. Secondary. Air slot secondary, translate that position. Now, what else? So flying enemies on slots. Yeah, this is the scripts of flying enemy brain type. And this is secondary too. I just have to reassign that secondary. It's basically the same that I'm doing with. Yeah, it's the same that I'm doing with uh, the primary. I could really turn this into one function, but for now I'll just do it like this. Or should I? Should I do it like this? Mm, yeah, because I don't know if making this like this is the correct way. Because what if I want to have like a third or fourth um, ring around the player? This is not going to scale well. So I could do a raise. So I access either 0 or 1 depending on which one I want to get. I think that's gonna be a little bit smarter. So yeah, let's do this. Is gonna be float. Everything is gonna be turned into a float, and radius primary. I'm just going to start this as a new float array, or I could just do this, right? So it's gonna be 5 or 6. It was. I think it was 6, 4. No, it was 5. So yeah, I'll do 5 and 9. So that's gonna be my starting, but I can always change this radius like that. Let me delete this, and then air slot count is gonna be an array of int, and it's gonna be 12 and 20, and I won't need this. Then this is where it gets a little bit messier, but yeah, I'm going to basically just delete this, and this is going to turn into an array of arrays. So like that, or yeah, probably that. Um, right? Yeah, I think I can do that. So now in here, this is not going to be like that. This is going to be like this. And a lot of things are going to break. And if I don't know if you can see, but here is full of errors, full of errors. But it doesn't matter because I'm about to change them. Yeah. So now this is not the way you do this anymore. This is gonna be not primary, but just slots. So in here to assign this is gonna be new flying enemy brain. I need to access first the 0, and it's gonna be new flying enemy brain. Like that. Yeah, and this is gonna be air slot count 0. I think that's it. Now, for the second one, flying enemy on slots 1, that's the secondary ring, equals new flying enemy brain and air slot count 1. I could do a 4, but they're just 2, so no need to, really. Well, I'm just gonna do it for to keep this clean. For int, and I'm gonna call this x equals 0. X is less than flying enemies on slots that count. Or just, no, this is not a list. This is an array, so I need to use length and x plus plus. So in here, I'll do, instead of doing that, I'm going to do flying enemies on slots x equals new flying enemy brain, and I'll use air slot count X, like that, instead of doing both of these lines. So just initializing that. Now, I also need to do this. So to initialize the radiuses, or to initialize the air slots, I'm gonna do a 4. I'm gonna do a 4 inside a 4, so 4. Here, I want to put everything inside here. So first, for int e equals 0, I'm gonna do e is less than air slot count. And what am I trying to do in here? This is for each air slot count that length. And what is it going to return? Is this called? I think this is called a jagged array. Jagged array C chart. Yeah, a jagged array is an array of arrays. So I define it here like that. What length? What does length return on a jagged array in C chart? The number of inner arrays it contains in its first dimension. Okay, that's good then. It works. It's working in the way I thought. So okay, air slot count. I want to do for what? I want to filter like every single air slot, right? Air slot. Yeah, exactly. So in here, let's do air slot count that length I plus plus, and here for every air slot count I, that length for I. That's it. E plus plus. So that's it. Now, what do I want to do? I just want to do this, basically staying the same. So air slot count, and I have to do the E. So for the secondary E, for the secondary array, and here I'll just use radius and whatever index this is, either 1 or 0 or 1. Instantiate, I'll instantiate this air slot prefab in that position. And what's the problem here? This air slots primary. Okay, yeah, this is air slots. An air slot is a jagged array, so the first value in here is I, and the secondary value is E. I think air slots. Yeah, air slots doesn't exist in the current context. And this is gonna be a float. Let's do float. Air slots Y offset is gonna be an array too, and it's gonna be 0 and 4. So in here, air slot count primary, air slots primary. Yeah, this no longer exists, right? Oh yeah, I forgot to change the name. So like this, yeah, air slots um, equals what? Air slots is gonna be, well, have to initialize it with an array because now it's a jagged array. So for and I'll do it for each. I think that's easier now. For each um, what is it game object go in air slots, and this is throwing me an error. Cannot convert a game object to Unity game object. Game object array here in this. I'm gonna say I'm gonna call this game object array. I'm just gonna do go game object array equals new game object here. Oh, well, I'm gonna need the index actually. So for int, I'm gonna use go array index equals 0. The go array index is less than Briefness says hi. Briefness, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. And you say what you're coding? I'm coding a game here. I can show you, but currently this is full of bugs. I would show you, but it's gonna break very bad because I'm just changing stuff. But I can show you around in the scene if you would like that to see what the game is like. So here we have the game map of the game, and you basically use. Let me see if it does break, because actually I think I can run this. No, I can't run this because of the compiler errors. But yeah, it's like a magic game where you cast spells using your arrows, like in Helldivers. I don't know if you know the game, or in Magicka. But yeah, that's it. And I would show you more, but currently the script is super broken, and I'm fixing it right now. So if you're staying for that, I'll show you exactly how the game is. Okay. So, are you into game development or just curious? Or tell me. Um, yeah, here if the index is less than what the air slots that length or air slots that length, I'm gonna do go game object array index plus plus. Briefness, you say just curious. Cool. So do you like or have you ever been like introduced to programming or maybe art? Are you keen on those subjects? Maybe 3D modeling or 2D art or animation, maybe music could be too. Okay, so here air slots. I want to use what? I want to use the go array index, and I'll have to use another for. Mm, yeah, for int, and this int is going to be what? It's going to be game object index equals 0, game object index. And briefness, you say coding. I once tried, it was hard. I couldn't understand anything. The same happened to me when I started. It can be a little bit daunting at first, but it is fun. It is fun once you get the hang of it. So, what were you coding when you started, or when you first got introduced to coding? A website, a game, something like that. And Adarva is here and says, "Hi, what's up, Adarva? Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. How is it going?" Um, so in here, I want to use the Go index, and it's gonna be it's less than air slots, the current Go game object array index, that length, and I want to increase the Go index plus plus. And briefness to say, I wanted to make a game on Roblox, FPS game. Oh, cool, cool. Yeah, I think a lot of people start on Roblox. I used to play a lot of Roblox too, and yeah, they use Lua. I think Lua is the language that they use. Well, if you're interested in like getting into game dev, still, I would recommend starting with something a little bit more simple and in 2D, something like Game Maker, and that's the way I started too. Then I went to 3D and Unity. Uh, yeah, it can be fun. Just take it easy and be like super patient if that's what you want to do, if you're interested. And here, go index equals what? Air slot count primary. Yeah, I don't know if I need this actually. Air slots. Here, go array index equals new game object, and the amount is going to be basically the count. Air slots. Yeah, the count. So air slot count and go array index. So I don't need this really like that. So I'm just going to delete whatever I don't need here, and I don't need the brackets because it's just one line. And here, air slot secondary. Yeah, this is no longer needed either. Now for this thing, I think that's already initialized. Now let's see what's the next error. And since you say, I just remembered, I realized some time ago that the place uh, where I was learning programming and developing my passion was shut down. What a shame, dude. What was the place called? Where were you learning? Here, air slot count. Yeah, so I want to go through every air slot, but yeah, I just want to do this for the first one actually. You say it is Robotowa? I haven't heard about it, but yeah, what a shame. I don't know what I would do if they suddenly like closed W3 schools, because it's something that not only I used when I started, but that I also use now. Okay, so here air slot count. I want to access just the first one. So the first one, that length, air slot count. Yeah, air slot count 0. She's you say, yeah, it's quite local. Mm, okay, if it's occupied, I just wanna know here flying enemy on slots. Um, and this is this a jagged array? I think it is. Yeah, so I want to access that. It's occupied. What did I have before? Yeah, so it's gonna be uh, 0 and I. Because it's just accessing the first index here. Because I don't want to access the other ones because they're um it's basically the outside ring. Okay, check if the flying enemy that occupies it is close enough to fire. So what I want to do is air slots is not going to be air slot primary, but air slot 0. And I transform that position. Then this the same, just changing this for 0. And here I think the same thing. So just this one. So flying enemies on slots, I want the first ring and then whatever iteration we're in. So that's good. That's good. I think that's fixed. Now, in here, the primary. So whenever I just use primary, I just know it's gonna be 0. But in here, well, I actually would have to change this. But first, let me make it work again, and then I will use this. And here, get air slots is gonna be, well, air slot index. And for now, I'll just do 0, like that. And flying enemy slots 0. And in here, wherever it says primary, I'm just gonna set it to put brackets to 0. Here, primary, 0, primary, 0. And here too. So let me grab both of those and let's do 0. Let me check if it works now. That should, at least there are no longer more errors in that script, so that's good. But I don't know if it will work or I broke something. I hope I didn't break anything. Okay, object reference not set to an instance of an object. There is something that hasn't been assigned, and that it has been called in multiple places. So air slot index hasn't been assigned. Air slot index. Yeah, air slot index should always be -1 at first. I don't know why. It's throwing me an error there. Let's see. Air slot index, player air slots, instance, get air slot index. So the problem is in get air slot index. Get air slot index. Where is it? Here. What's the problem? It said object reference not set to an instance of an object. Is it even getting initialized? Let's see. Because I should still be able to, even though there are a lot of errors, I should still be able to see the points. No, I don't think I have initialized them correctly. And they're struggling there to move because, yeah, problem. Now, hit air slot index. What could be the problem here? Air slot count at 0. And here, did I initialize them correctly? Air slot count, yeah, it's 12 and 20. Let me check on the player air slot on the manager itself if everything is correctly assigned, because that could be a problem. So managers, player air slots here. So air slot count, yeah, it's initialized 5 and 9 for radius, and then it's 0 and 4. And I don't think I made this correctly in here. So instead of 0 there, I will use the offset, air slots offset, and I'll call whatever I is there. So air slot count at length. Mm, yeah, so this should happen twice. And am I initializing this before? Air slots, air slot count. Let's see, air slot count. Yeah, it is initialized. Mm, yeah, for the length of that, that's 2. I'm going to do for every one of on those on the current index of that air slot. I'm just gonna do e plus plus. Yeah, that's okay. Now float angle equal I. Yeah, I think I forgot to change this actually. I did forget to change this. And Judy says, "Nice to see you again." Oh, what's up, Judy? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, good to see you too. It's been a while. It's been a while. How's it going? In here, let's see. Let's see if yeah, probably we'll have to use this here. E. Mm, and the radius is gonna be radius E, or is it? I don't know. Yeah, it's not gonna be radius E. It's gonna be radius I. So 0 and 1 there. And you say fine as it possibly. Well, I'm glad you're fine, dude. Um, what have you been up to? Like, it's good to see you here in chat. Let's save and let's try this. Now it shouldn't throw me as much errors. Object reference. Yeah, a lot of errors still. Let's see. From here, it's getting me some errors. Air slot index. Clear air slots, instance, get air slot index. Transform that position, this. But I am returning, in any case, I am returning something. In any case, it doesn't matter. I am returning an index. So, and did you say, I remember you got a pause of your streaming, glad you're back in business. Yeah, I took a break from, I think it was like 8, 9 months ago. I got very burned out, but now I'm fully back into it. Well, I'm not fully back right now because I'm just picking it up again. Uh, and for example, like next week, I'm changing the schedule. I'm just trying to get right back into it. So I'm being flexible with the schedule. I'm being flexible with the hours I do. But next year I'll go like full into once I log in everything this first month. So I remember and you were doing some like maps for in 3D. You were printing them. They were pretty cool. Are you still doing that? Here, let's do distance. I equals 0. I is air slot count. Well, it's not just going to be the count, will it? In EXP you say, how do you stay focused on a single project without feeling burned out? Welcome to the stream, by the way, EXP First of all, welcome. How do I stay in a single project without feeling burned out? Well, first of all, sometimes you're not going to want to work in the same project, and you have to assume that. Um, that's just discipline. But how to stay motivated? I would say first defining all the problems and like doing the thinking of what you want to do before, like coming up with the ideas for the game, receiving feedback from people if you can, and overall like just thinking of the design or how you want this game to be, and then putting everything down into tasks that are easily executable, so you can easily go through your list once you have defined it, so you have no friction and you don't have to think a lot while you're uh, applying what you want, because you already did it before. So don't mix the thinking while you're doing. Just think first and do later. So I think that works for me, and I hope it works for you too. And do you say you got me? Excellent memory. Yeah, I remember your name precisely, Yuri, and I was very impressed when I saw your work. Um, okay, so here, yeah, for int I equals 0. So what am I filtering through? I could use some comments here. So let's use some comments. I want to iterate through what? Iterate through through. It's just going to be the same, just the air slots to through the first or the inner ring. So is this the doing it? I think it is. So I equals 0. I is less than the count of 0. So it's the inner circle. Now let's move on to the next thing. And I'm going to highlight them, highlight this comment so you can see them better. Like you know exactly what I'm typing. And Cool Guys is here and says hello again. What's up, Cool Guy? Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here again. How is it going? And here, let's see, flying enemies on slots. I equal no. Okay, so here, I think here I have a problem. Here is a problem because I should do another four, and this is gonna be iterate through. Or will it? No, I don't think it will. I don't think it will. I was about to do another four, but I think this will cover it. And you do say if you need some 3D models for your game, let me know. I'll do it for free. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, so uh I do appreciate it, but I have like a rule for myself for people that come here into the chat that I don't accept work from them just because I don't want to decline some and accept some, so it's fair for everyone. And like just that, it may seem silly, may seem not that smart, um, but I want like everyone to feel included and like feel that they have like the same influence into what goes into the game. But I really do appreciate it, dude. And Cool Guy, you say I spent an hour raging at Blender, maybe like 40 minutes. Whoa, it's the Blender experience, especially at the beginning. How did it go? And Cheese, you say cool. That's also on my to-do list. Nice. Okay, here. I am filtering through the first, and I want the count, so I am using the count. So the next comment should be here. Okay, so if vector distance current position air slots 0 I from that position. So if the current um the current flying enemy distance is less than the current shortest, and you say this offer unexpired. Uh, appreciated. Um, I think this should be okay now. Air slot psi 0 I transform that position. And Vegeta SSBE1 says, "What language are you coding in, good sir?" What's up, Vegeta? Welcome to the stream. I'm coding in C# using Unity C#. So if you're curious, it's Unity version 6 that I'm using too with this. So okay, if the current flying enemy distance is less than the current shortest shortest distance, I'm going to update the distance and assign the index here. So yeah, I don't see any problems in here, to be honest. But this was the one that was throwing me errors. So I don't know. Flying enemy brain. Okay. Let's save this and try again to see if I don't have any more problems. And Vegeta, you say, oh cool, I don't know anything about coding, so I'm sorry if it was obvious, but I was interested. Yeah, no worries, no worries. It's not obvious at all, and I'm glad you're curious about coding. So, are you interested in like coding in general, or maybe are you into game development, website development, AI, or robotics, something else? Tell me. Okay, so I think yeah, there are still a lot of problems, and probably should have saved before changing all of this, but I guess I'll just have to make it work. Okay, so what could it be? I suspect maybe I'm not initializing everything correctly. So what do I have to initialize? Let's see. The air slot count is already initialized, so no problem. The radius is 2. The air slot y offset is 2. Now, for the flying enemies, I need to initialize, and I'm already doing it. No problem. And what else? The air slots. The air slots are being initialized too. And here I'm creating the slots. So I want to see if even if I am getting errors, I want to see if the circle around me gets made, basically. No, it doesn't seem like it. Because I should have here, I should have a ring around the player, and it's not showing up. So there is a problem with it. And for you guys that you just joined, this is the game that I'm making now. I just fell like twice. Yeah, this is the game that I'm making now. It's a magic game where you use your arrows to cast spells. And currently I was working on making flying enemies, and it's going terribly wrong. I think I broke something. It was working just a second ago. And Vegeta, you say I'm too old to learn to code, but I'm interested watching other people do it. Um, I would say it may sound cliche, but it's never too old to learn something, especially if you take it as a hobby. It doesn't necessarily have to be something you want to do all the time, but it's interesting. So I would encourage you to give it another try. Maybe start with something simple, like I did. I started with Game Maker, and Game Maker uses like kind of its own language that it's very easy to get used to, and there are a couple of or there are multiple good resources where you can learn there, and yeah, give it a try if you're interested. Oh yeah, by the way, yeah, I started with Game Maker, and because I tried to go to Unity first using C Sharp, and I just couldn't. So it's not that you have to you just have to be patient with your learning, and you'll be right, you'll be right. Okay, so let's go back to this, and this specific thing, this is not happening, so let's fix this sequentially, like let's go from top to bottom, and let's first fix this thing. So what do I want to do here? I want to iterate through the air slot count, and the length of that is 2. So while I is less than 2, this is going to run 2 times. Whatever is here is going to run 2 times. Now, if I go here, I can check that. And yeah, my array has the values 12 on the first index and 20 in the second index. So it should run twice. Now, what's next? This is going to run twice. And here, this is another iteration. And here, what do I want? I want to iterate through the count. So it's going to be 12 first on the first, and then it's going to do 20 times this. And I can go bit by bit, just debugging this here. I want to see if this happens. Debug that log, and I want to say here, I'm just going to do the I equals I, and E is whatever E is right now. So why is it throwing me error? Debug is an ambiguous reference. Okay, maybe I have a namespace that's overriding this. Yeah, I don't need this. And I don't need diagnostics. Just that. So now I'm going to run this and see if at least it's iterating the times it should iterate. Okay, if I go to the console, I'm just not going to see the errors here. Okay, this is not playing at all. Not playing because I don't see the messages, and I should. So the problem is somewhere here then. What if I just comment this to isolate that part? And if that works, there is a problem either in either of those previous lines. Okay, so I get this here. No, not iterating at all. The for loop is not working. So let's see. Let's do this debug.log here. First time I do this, I'm going to print here I equals I, and I'm gonna put the time here. Time equals time that time, time that time. Just to see if that first loop is running. And cool guys, say one question: what is the hardest part of game dev starting out, learning further and making games? The far the far yeah the hardest part, I would say, yeah, it's depending on how you do start, because there are people that come from a background of learning or having learned other languages or programming languages. There are people that are very good at art before starting anything. Ayuch is here and says, "Hello, sir. What's up, Ayuch? Welcome to the stream." Um, but if you don't have any experience, I would say, yeah, the hardest part is getting used to the programming concepts, I would say. But once you get the basics there, it's actually easier to go from there. And there's also another thing called tutorial hell. Like, a lot of people get stuck on the tutorial hell, which is when you can't really make anything yourself and you have to constantly be looking at tutorials. Which tutorials are very good, and I watch the tutorials sometimes too for specific things, and it's also cool to know how people do different stuff. But when you can't really do anything without watching a tutorial, that's another common thing that can happen to you. And just to say, for me, it's hard to make games because I didn't start with small projects. Yeah, starting with something very big can be very daunting task too. And if you say, I want to watch YouTube to learn programming, it's possible. Yeah, it's possible. It is possible. Um, I would complement those with some blogs, or yeah, there are some tutorials that are certainly going to be very helpful here in YouTube. So it is possible. It's totally possible. So I would recommend you Code Monkey and Brackeys. Those are like the very the biggest channels on Unity. So I would recommend those to start. And cool guy, you say, I hope I don't accidentally get stuck on tutorial hell. I know, man. Just go ahead, and it's part of learning. It's part of learning. Whenever you're in tutorial hell, what you have to do is just try to um, think of problems yourself and try to solve them with the tools that you have. It doesn't matter if it's the best solution. It doesn't matter if it sucks. It doesn't matter if it's a junky. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you're solving the problem with the tools that you have and with the knowledge that you have. So next time you have the same problem, you'll be able to solve it quicker, and maybe with better tools next time because you have been learning. And say, also, it's not like you learn only at the beginning. Most of my knowledge I gained when I had problem I couldn't fix with methods I knew. Yeah, like, it's something that you're still learning. For example, I am still learning, even though I've been at this for years. I am still learning. It's not like you're going to ever stop learning. Um, okay, so no more problems. Oh yeah, there is a ton of problems here. Here, air slot count. Let's see. I just want to see the. See, am I getting this? No. First of all, I'm just going to comment this from the audio manager. I no longer need that comment. And then here, on the player air slots, I wanna just debug once the length of that. So air slot count, that length, and I'm gonna put a bit of a comment here, like that. So it's gonna be air slot count, length, and here, like that. Let's save it and see. Let's see if it's even running. And you say, I learned with Unity Learn. If you want to learn Unity, it's quite a good way of learning, I think. Yeah, I saw Unity Unity Learn, they have tutorials for beginners, and I think for intermediate. They also have a couple of stuff that is for advanced too. So if you go and search Unity Learn, I think it should be one of the first things that pop up. Okay, so at least I am uh, getting this message here. So air slots. This could be a problem. This could be the problem too. Because if the air slots are not initialized correctly, I won't be able to assign the values. So yeah, let's see. If the game of array index equals 0, it's gonna start there. And cheese, you say, yeah, nah, you won't get stuck in tutorial hell. It's simply a good starting point. Yeah, like you shouldn't worry about it. You shouldn't worry about it. It's something that happens. It's common, but it's if it ever happens to you, there's an easy way to get outside of it, which is just starting to do small things for yourself and think for yourself with the tools that you already have, and tackle problem by problem, learning new thing by new thing. Okay, so the go array index equals 0. This is gonna be running how many times? Air slots. Well, air slots that length. Well, well. Here, I think here is the problem because I'm trying to do a 4 with the length of this, but I haven't assigned the length. I haven't assigned the length. So I think if I do and TCSA, that's basically the way I learned to use using Blender. Yeah, that works for like any type of knowledge, I would say. That strategy. Let's say first air slots. Um, where where am I doing this? I would say that the air slots is let's see, because I want to assign this to be new game object array of size what? What size? Let me think about this because I think here is the problem. Here is the problem. So I want to. This is gonna be like two positions, and what is the value of this? Is gonna be new emote because I could assign this 0 0, and that should be I could do this right. New game object 12 cannot implicitly convert Unity game object to cannot implicitly convert the array to a game object. Okay, but I can do this. Yes, I can do this. I just have to not use the length. That's my problem. That's my problem. Where do I get the length of this? Because I know it's two. I could just have a variable that's that. There's gonna be here air slot prefab. After air slot prefab, I'm gonna say serialized field private um int ring count, and it's gonna be two. So if I delete this and I do ring count, that should do it. And I think then I would have the same problem here, if I'm not mistaken, because I haven't initialized this. And the way to initialize this, I first need the ring count. So ring count, like that. And here I already have the slot count at length because this one is initialized. Yeah, so I think that was the problem. I didn't specify the length of things because I was getting the length from something that wasn't initialized, so it was getting me errors and errors and errors. Okay, still getting errors, but not the same ones, I believe. Mm, let me comment this. Let's do this, and let's do this. Let's do debug.log x like that. Let's see if it even runs. See, have you forgot to save any of your projects? That's very useful or very annoying. And XP say change air slot count E to air slot count I. Let me see. Um, First, if yeah, I'm not even getting this thing here. So what did you say? You said if I bring this back, that I change the air slot count to E to air slot count I. Air slot count. Oh, yeah, that's a that's a big mistake, right? No, it's not. I think no, because I mean this is one for no. I'm iterating two times here, so this is gonna be first. It's gonna be 0, and then it's gonna be 1. So this is not the problem. The problem is somewhere else. The problem is somewhere else because otherwise I would still get these messages from here. And cool guy is I can't wait to finally be free from modeling and be immediately be sucked up by animation. Feel the same pain with sculpting. Math line 40. In line 40. Are you talking about this one, the angle one? So if I switch this with I, um, let's see, it's gonna be E slot count, air slot, air slot count E. Oh, here. Yeah, you You are spot on. Spot on. Spot on with that one. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, in here, let's see, let's see. Yeah, but I'm still having a problem with the with these other slots. In all of these problems, just because I didn't want to use primary and secondary. Now here, yeah, no, no way. Flying enemies on slots. X equal that. Okay, so here is the problem, and I'm not seeing it correctly. So the ring count, that's good. I'm iterating 2 times. So flying enemies on slots, here, this one should be an array of flying enemy brain. And then I should do, oh, if that were to happen, actually, if that were to happen, then I could do debug.log x. Hmm. Let's see, because I'm doing something very wrong here. Air slot count, the air slot count, x. So I start this at and what if I debug this first? What if I do the debug first? So there's nothing uh, before that debug, so it should run. Should run anyway, no matter what. So console, yeah, I'm getting 0. So it is starting at 0. And then immediately here, I'm getting an error. So what could that error be? Because this is initialized. This is initialized. And this is accessing the 0. This is accessing 0. And this is... Mm, because I could just do this for int let's see, use y equals 0, y is less than air slot count x, y is plus plus, and I could just do this. Yeah, so this is gonna be xy. Xy equal new flying enemy brain. New flying enemy brain. And what is the error? A new expression requires argument. New flying enemy brain. Let's see if that runs. Should run twice. Should run twice. It's only running once. Hmm. Yeah, jagged arrays are a nightmare. You know what? You know what? Instead of using jagged arrays, I think like there's something wrong with the way I'm handling jagged arrays. Maybe I could just use bidimensional arrays instead of jagged arrays. In here, okay, let's do this. Okay, I'm assigning in here. Dude, I don't really know. Don't really know what's happening here. Flying enemies x equal new variant for this should work. Um, and Suraj Mandal says, "Are you using Unity?" Hello, Suraj. Yes, I am using Unity. Welcome to the stream. So let me see. I trained it in just it's just running once, just running once, and this is going to be an array. Yeah, this is gonna be an array of flying in brain array, right? And the size is gonna be the air slot count and x. So it's gonna be zero. Zero x is gonna be zero. So the first index of the first like dimension, if we can call it that, because this is not bidimensional, it's just jagged array, is gonna be zero. So the first one equals new flying enemy brain, like that script, air slot count x. Hmm. I'm just going to use bidimensional arrays. Let's just do this. For everyone that's jagged, I'm just going to do that. It's going to be bidimensional instead. Let's see if that works now. So I want to access just you know what? I'm very curious of why it doesn't work. I'm not going to surrender. Let me search. I'm not going to surrender. Um, give me a second. I'm gonna be right back. Right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. So this is the thing that is making me go insane. And let me search. Let me actually search here. How to initialize? Because I think it's an error of initialization. Initialize, jack the array, C sharp. If I say play first, then earn. Yeah, if you choose, well, it depends a lot. But if you choose something that uh you do enjoy a lot, that you really like, you're not going to have a problem working on that for a lot of time, and you're eventually going to get really good. So people will like to work with you if you really enjoy doing something. Because like practice makes perfect. That's very cliche, but it is true. The more you do one thing, the better you're going to get at it, and yeah. And Jack the Ray is a pain in the culo. Yeah, I think it's just because I don't normally use them. Um, so let's see. I want to see initializing Jack the Rays. Jack the Rays in C sharp. Oh, Geeks for Geeks is another good website. And I have already seen this. Oh yeah, that's the thing that I just uh did. Okay. So I was just doing it incorrectly all along. This is the way to initialize it. This is the way to initialize it. So let's paste it in here to use as reference. So the way I want to do this is here, flying enemies on slots. I want to use both of this, both the brackets, and I'll say new flying enemy on enemy brain. And I want to use both of this again, and then the air slot count, like this, X, and that's throwing me another error. But yeah, because it's not this way, it's probably what probably this way, like this. I think that's it. Now, I just want to see if this runs twice, and this should run twice. Um, and if it works, the other errors are still there, but I know how to fix them then. Let's see. I just want to see both logs. Let's go! I don't know if you can see this, but it's running 0 and 1, so it's running twice. That's great. That means I will no longer have a problem with this then. And here I'll have to do the same thing. So air slots. The air slots are also a jacked array. So the way I initialize those. Oh, and I also don't need this. Don't need this anymore. Like that. So it is, if it's something not for you, it's good to make this decision. The absolute win. I was very stubborn when I went into game development, to be honest. Like, yeah, it's going to be difficult. It is going to be difficult. Like anything is going to be difficult to learn and to get good at. But yeah, if you don't really like it, you have to consider if it's worth it. For me, it's completely worth it. But it's something very personal. Okay, so go array index. It's good. Now air slots is gonna be. I have to just initialize it. So oh, and I think I'm initializing it twice then. Yeah, it's just this. Initializing it twice. New flying enemy, air slot count. Oh no, that's actually right. Yeah. Now let's go to the next one. Here, go array index. So I'm gonna grab air slots equal new game object, air slot count, go array index, and like this. So now I'd like to see the length of those the in the debug version or the inspector on debug mode. Okay, still gonna get a lot of errors, but now the four that I had there is running, so I should see some points. Okay, it's just one there. Here, air slot count I. Yeah, so these are running too, right? If I go to the console, I time. Okay, so now this is running just once. So this is running once like that. And there is a mistake here that doesn't let it go through. Doesn't let this go through. So I wanna see first let's run this again and I wanna see this on debug mode. Let's do debug and let's check fire and cooldown. Yeah, since it's jagged array, it won't even show on here. Let's go into the website again. Method 1, initialize with indexes. Insert the arrays in each row of the jagged array in this, okay. Initialization. Okay, so I will need to manually do this, I think. It's just because I'm using a 4, I guess. Jagged array 0, 0 equal 1, yeah. I don't want to initialize with indexes. Insert the arrays in each row of jagged arrays in this way. No, that's not what I want. Declaration with initialization. Shorthand method. And Briefnest, you say, I'm back. Have you resolved the issues? Hello, welcome back, Briefnest. No, no. It turns out I was using something called jagged arrays, and they are really, really hurting me here. Declaration of jagged arrays with 3 rows. And XPR, you say, how do you time the jump perfectly? Um, I don't know. I don't know. It's very difficult. You could ask the cheese guy, for some info maybe. Okay, so here let's do first. So this is gonna be flying enemy slots. flying enemy slots 0 is gonna be new this. I'll do it's gonna be air slot count 0, and this one. And I'm just going to do the same for the air slots. So air slot 0 equal new game object 0 equal um, game object air slot count 0, like that. Here 1. But I was gonna do this with a 4. Now in here, let's see if this will work. And Cheese, you say Miho, who is best at this game, said he just spams the button on the website. And if you are, you say, is Miho here right now? I want to ask for tips. Yeah, if Miho is here, he's probably like lurking. So I don't know, he'll be like listening, actively listening. And so if I go here, I don't have anything here. Okay, from the start, this is throwing me errors. Maybe I just don't know. I'm not reading this correctly. Let's ask ChatGPT. Let's do temporary chat. Uh, Basically, I want to initialize jagged array, and how do I do it? Do I initialize it? It's I want to um, assign both brackets, and I should have probably specified C sharp. In C sharp, this is the marvel of today's age. And XP Bar, you say, does ChatGPT work for Python and C sharp? Yes, they do. They do. I don't normally use ChatGPT for generating like anything that I'm going to be like actually using, but it's very helpful to ask it questions or to whenever you don't know how to approach something. Uh, it's super helpful. Now I've tried to do things that I don't personally know how to do, and like just try to make it do everything itself. And I haven't found success in that. Which if I did, would be a little bit boring because I could just do everything with it, and I would be tempted. But yeah, I think it works. It works. Standard initialization. Okay, I picked the array one and new int one equal new int 2 4 1. Let's see. I'm gonna put this right here below, and I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try that. So let's see. flying enemies on slots. That's my array. That's my jacked array. And I want to access first 0 and equals new flying enemy array. And I'll just assign air slot count. Well, this is exactly what I was doing. This is exactly what I was doing. Well, maybe not. And if you are say, will you use ChatGPT for art assets? Nope, not at all. I don't like AI art at all. I don't like AI art at all. There's people that do. I just don't. Okay, so in here, like I'm doing exactly how it should work, but it doesn't working. It's not working. So maybe like I think I am missing something. I think I'm missing something. I'm missing something like to be initialized because let me try something because yeah, I don't know about what ChatGPT says because I was exactly doing what it said, but if I go here to the flying enemies and I'll just do here and I'll assign this to 2 sorry, equals new uh flying enemy brain 2 like that. Now that is, it should no longer throw me errors there. The thing that I was avoiding is like basically having to assign this like that because otherwise or just I just can't make it be like this because I would let me just try this. Let's do 2 in here and let's run it again. And talking about ChatGPT, like when you use ChatGPT, like it subtracts from the fun that you have while solving these problems because they can be frustrating. The problems can be frustrating, but it's the magic of doing the games and not just because if you could generate good games with AI, I think people would do it and people would like them. But you can't do good games with AI. You can do games with AI, I think, at this stage, but you can't do good things. And also, when you are creating a project, if you let ChatGPT do everything for you, the biggest problem of all is you don't know what you're doing. So if something breaks or if something needs to be tweaked or whatever you need to do with the code, you didn't write it and you didn't read the code, so you don't know what you're doing. That's the biggest problem. Okay. So ChatGPT is a great tool. Just you need to use it correctly. Error slot count. Yeah, so this is no longer throwing me errors. But what if I do this in here? Flying enemy slots is equal to new flying enemy brain. And here is the ring count. And EXP say, I once pipe coded the snake game with ChatGPT. It took multiple tries to get it. I used Pygame. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, if you, I'm not like saying, I'm not like against AI or anything. I just say if you wanna, especially in large projects, if you want to tweak stuff yourself and know how it works, like you should read it yourself. Okay, so here, if I do this before, before this the ring count, and I don't think I'm gonna get errors. And here air slots equal new game object on manager, and it's gonna be ring count like that. Now let's see. Let's see the console. Okay. That was a huge pain. But now we're back at where we were before. back where back to functionality. So it was just a mistake of myself not knowing how to work with jagged arrays. But yeah, let me just enjoy the enemies working again. The flying enemies working again and like basically not getting errors. So it was just an error with initialization. But now I know how to use jagged arrays and how to initialize them properly. And that's why I was getting so much or so many errors. Because I wasn't initializing stuff properly. So whenever it tried to communicate or tried to get something from the arrays, there was nothing to check because it wasn't, it didn't exist basically. Okay, now that this is here, now that that's here, I want to put this into a for. I want to put this into a for loop. So let's do for, and I'm just going to comment these lines. Comment these lines here. And I'm going to do for int. And I'm going to use x here. X equals 0. X is less than the x is less than ring count. X plus plus. And what do I want to do in here? For the number of ring count, I want to do flying enemies on slots. Well, I basically could do for both flying enemies and yeah, flying enemies on slots. I'm gonna grab x equal new flying enemy brain. Let's do air slot count and x. And the same thing basically for air slots. Air slots x equals new game object and air slots count dot x. Now I need to just put this in here and delete this. Oops. Grab everything from here. Yeah, let's delete this. And that's right. So this should work exactly the same, it's just a little bit cleaner. So I don't have to hard code stuff. Okay, now I no longer need these messages in here. They were helpful, but they have to go. Yeah, so now it's working. Now let's do what I was intending to do at the beginning. So at the beginning, I was, well, basically I want to, if this is going to give me a result, either if it's -1, there are no spaces available. So what I want to do in here, I'm just asking to the inner circle, okay, inner circle, do you have any position available? If not, just return -1. And if you have one position available, give me the index or the number, what position basically is available as a number. So in here, if it is null, I'm going to, well, basically flying enemies on slots. Result. If I do -1, if it's not -1, I'm going to just assign the enemy brain. Otherwise, I'm just going to do null. Now, in here, I'm gonna do result equals get airslot index. Well, basically, I have to do the same here. So I'm going to have to use recursion. So what I want to do is going to be, well, first I'll have to assign an index or yeah, index in ring or ring index. Ring index. That's gonna be it. So whenever I call this, ring index is going to be starting at 0. So I don't have to specify it in other places. Now, if I'm gonna say if ring index, or first of all, if I'm gonna do ring index equals or plus plus. Now, if ring index is more than the ring count, oh no, it needs to be less than the ring count. Yeah, I'm going to call this function again, basically. And Miho is here. You say, I'm back. What's up, Miho? Welcome back to the stream. So I'm still battling with the flying enemies, and I thought I was gonna I was gonna be able to finish them today, but I'm not sure now. I'm not sure. So probably gonna be Monday then, because I've been battling with. Well, I'm just going to explain what happened since you were gone. I tried to basically have 2 rings, so now there are 2 rings. But I was using primary and secondary for the array names, and I have the separated arrays. But what if I want to, and probably I won't do it, but what if I want to have 3 rings, 4, 5, 6? I need to make them, I need to make an array of arrays. So using jagged arrays, I found my, I found my perdition. I found my end. I found my death using jagged arrays. But I fixed it now, and I think I learned how to initialize them properly. Say, oh, I'm good at arrays. I'm good at arrays, but when they are bidimensional. because you can do like bracket, comma, bracket to make a bidimensional, or however many commas for whatever dimensions. But I wasn't familiar on how to initialize jagged arrays. So not bracket, comma, bracket, but bracket, 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 bracket. You know. So yeah, it took me a while to realize and read the documentation and asking ChatGPT uh, to basically figure out this is the correct way of initializing, and then you have to initialize the other values too there. But that's learned. So next time I have to use them or I want to use them, it's gonna be a lot smoother. Okay, so ring index here. If ring index is less than ring count, I'm going to basically, and Miho is I made a maze render in 3D in the terminal in like 2D in 2 hours, but also that was Python, not C sharp. But still impressive. And what did you use to make it 3D? What libraries? Or how are libraries called in Python? Because I think they have like a different name, right? Um, okay, so I want to do then result is going to be equal to this function. So get error slot index, get error slot index, and I'm just going to pass the current position as always, or as it has been passed. Then the flying enemy brain script, and the ring index. Now, if rest is still um if it's not -1, or if it's still -1, then I'm going to do this like that. And since I'm only using one line here, I can just get rid of the brackets there. And let's see if it works. And Miho, you say typo 1 hour and only base Python libraries. Wow. Not installing required. Just use time, random, and OS. Wow, wow. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I don't know how you render 3D stuff that way. The only the only like approach I had to rendering 3D myself was like an OpenGL course that I watched, but I didn't get anything from. And Miho say I can send if you want. Review my terrible uncommented code. Would be fun. It would be very fun to see your code. And I'm not going to not going to be to judge it or anything. And Cheesy say I was away for a few minutes. What have you managed to do, Roman? Uh I don't know. I don't know. I just made this. So now, when you first call the get position on, when you call the from the flying enemies, they are going to basically ask to get a position in the inner circle. Okay. So the inner circle index is 0. Now, if there are no possible positions in there, instead of saying, okay, you don't have any possible positions, I'm going to use recursion to call the function again, but with the the next ring index. So it's gonna be the same function, but now I'm gonna call it with index 1, so I can access the other ring. And I haven't tried if this works, but let me see if it does. I'm gonna make a bunch of enemies so they have enough. So they are enough so they can cover all the positions. Okay, index was outside of the bounds of the array. At least it didn't crash. Because recursion can get terrifying. Index outside of. Okay, where is the problem? Yeah, it's here, but I'm calling it. I'm calling get air slot index. It's on get air slot index. And Miho said, yeah, it's not like 3D, but it's 2D space rendered in 3D. Okay, okay. Something like, I don't know if you know Construct, but it's a game engine you can use online in a website. I think they do something similar to render 3D. Okay, so in here, result is not equal 1. Here, result equal -1. But I only want to call this if the ring index is less than the ring count. Oh, yeah, I know why this is happening. I really didn't assign the ring index anywhere, so wasn't getting. Yeah, so this is not going to be 0. This is going to be a ring index. Ring index here, ring index. Because I always put it to 0 because to assume that it was the inner circle. But that was just for testing. Now I really need to use the ring index. And I hope I'm explaining myself well enough because it can be complicated to like talk about having, well, there are two rings, but to anyone that doesn't have enough context, it can be very weird. Okay, so they are. Let's see. They have enough positions here. Okay, I need to duplicate it so they do call um yeah, I don't think I initialized this correctly. Let's see. Normal. Let's go to player air spots. And here air slot count is gonna be 12 and 20. I have to just create more enemies, I think, because uh there were enough spaces on the inner ring. So they didn't need to call they didn't need to get a position on the other ring. But why where are the other enemies then? Where are the other enemies? If I go here, let's select every single flying enemy. Okay, I have some there, but where are the others? Where are the others? I think. Well, at least, am I getting errors? No, I'm not getting errors. Hmm. And Miho, you say, I'll just DM you the code and exe if you want. Yeah, sure, go ahead. All the spears are on fire. Yeah, that's a new change I did yesterday. And TC said, yeah, Rowan made some off-camera mining. And Mr. X2 says, hi. Hello, Mr. X2. Welcome to the stream. It's a cool game. I'm glad you like it. And yeah, I don't know where the other enemies are. Let me go through the list. So if I select this, yeah, this one is here. Oh, okay. They are here. They are here. I just wasn't assigning this correctly. So here now, if a result is less than -1, okay, I basically have to do the same I was doing here. If the result is not 1 or not -1, that means I have selected correctly, selected this correctly. So I'm just gonna do the same thing. I have to just assign this. Oh, wait. This needs to use ring count too. Let me comment this and let's see if that was the problem. And Mr. X2, you say, are you using Godot? Nope, I'm using Unity. I'm using Unity. Yeah, index outside of the range exception. So this is gonna be not ring count. Okay, I my mistake. Ring index. Sorry. Ring index there. See. And Miho, you say if you were using Godot, would this game be multiplayer? I don't know if it's is it easier to make multiplayer on Godot? I don't know. I didn't thought of this game to be multiplayer at first. Okay, I still need to do this. Still need to do this. So here, if that's not the case, then I'm gonna do ring count, or ring index result as flying enemy brain. Else, I'll do this. Is it easier to make multiplayer in Godot? Because I know, I think on real, it's easier to make online games or multiplayer games. Yeah, they are not really taking positions in the other ring. And Miho, you say looking at the feedback, yes. Yeah, Unreal would be more easier though. Yeah. Let's go back in here and else flying enemies on slots. Yeah, I forget to just change everything that says 0 should be set to ring index instead. And Miho, you say, okay, now I want to see the math you're doing for these rings. Uh, let me show you. Let me show you. It's basically the same thing we did yesterday. The same thing we did yesterday. So they are. Yeah, you can see them. You can see the rings here. Oh no. Yeah, you can see them here. Basically the same we did yesterday. So I'm gonna show you. Here at the top. Yeah, that's it. So I'm just doing an extra step, and that extra step is like for the length of however the length of air slot count is, I'm gonna do this. So it's twice. I have 12 for the first ring and 20 for the second ring. And then I do another iteration or another four, and I iterate through uh, basically the count. So I do 12, 12 count here first, and then I move on to the next. That's going to be 20 uh, times this. And Miho, you say, oh, the rings are there. They're not going there because there isn't enough of them. Um, at first I thought that was it, but there are enough spaces for them. There are. So I don't know. I don't know really. And flying enemy brain. Oh yeah, this I forgot to just put this uh like that. I don't need to initialize this here because I'm already initializing it there. Now, the problem is mainly here, I'd say, where I call this again. Because result is gonna get error slot index. Yeah, it's gonna be get error slot index. Mm, yeah, I'm not really using recursion correctly. I think that's it. So I'm going to um, work with this differently. So I'm not going to use recursion. I'm just going to put this back to what it was before. But I'm gonna call it differently. Uh, call it from other places differently. So in here, ring index result is null. Yeah, that's exactly how it should work. Now, whenever I call it, let's do flying enemy brain. Flying enemy brain. And I'll get the ring count. So I'll have here public void, or no, public, I need to pass an int. So get ring count. And I'm just gonna pass the ring count. So ring count like that. And now, Miho, you say, what's the problem here then? I'm confused. The problem here is that I'm not assigning, I'm not assigning the the enemies that can't go into the inner circle to the outer circle. That's a problem. So let's see. For air slot index, set slot index to -1. If the enemy is very far from its slot, I do make slot available. That's good. Set air slot if okay, maybe. Okay, maybe I didn't modify this either. Okay, okay. Let's go back. Let's go back to what I had before because I forgot, but there is a lot of places where I was using 0 to make things work, but now I need to use the ring index like that. Yeah, and here instead of get air slot position, I want to well I'll always call 0 first, but in here it's a little bit different. So I'm going to specify int ring index. And Miho, you say, what if you did a sort of water level system? Ah, I see. Water level system? I don't get it, Mijo. Sort of water level system. Ah, like sort of water level system. Um, well, I just need to like get the correct index and do the assigning and uh de-assigning. Is that a word? Of the indexes. That's my problem. That's the problem I'm having. And here ring index. Let's do ring index here. And it's gonna be set to 0 at first, but I need to pass it. So air slot index equals null. Yeah, because if the enemy is very far away from its slot, it's going to make that slot available. Now I need the ring of that slot. I need the ring of that slot. The ring index. Mm, how can I get it? You know what? No. I'm just not going to use the ring index. It's always no, I think I could I'll need it anyway. So I need to pass not not only the ball, but another thing. And why am I what am I returning here? F FEVS. And we always say I'm sweeping words because I forgot the term. But to even out the two lists, you can take a fullness percentage from each and take from the fuller one to the emptier one until they are relatively even. Oh, that's what you were doing. What you were referring to. Um, yeah, you're right. You're right. I could do that. I could do that. I've never done like water sorting or what you call it. I know what you're saying. Like just if um there are spaces in the other one, like just try to get an even there. But let me think. Let me think. The problem is I need to know basically this function is the one that allows me to know when there is a position available. If this is not assigned correctly, even though uh, even if I do the sorting, it will be wrong because this is wrong. So it could return true for available when it's occupied by, by another one, or it could return uh, occupied when it's not really occupied. You know. So even if I were uh, to do that sorting, it would be broken. Okay, let's see. So why am I returning a bowl? FVBS. Why am I returning a bowl? Am I using it somewhere? Do I need to know that somewhere? What if I do void? Yeah, because I don't think I'm returning anything anywhere. Okay, so I need the index, flying enemy FEBS, ring index. So I'll probably have to have two things. I'll have to have the not only the air slot index, but I'll need to have private int ring index, and it's gonna be -1, set to -1. So when I get instead of just passing an int, I would have to pass the ring index too. Get get air slot current position flying ring index. Hmm. Salt equal null. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, so I need to return the ring index somewhere. So I'll have to catch it here, int ring index. I don't want to do it. It's gonna be so complicated. I don't want to have the ring index anywhere. So what could I do? What could I do? To deassign somewhere? Yeah, to deassign. To basically make the value of the script null. I need to know in which one it is. I need to know. So will I just need to pass? Okay. I need. I'll think. I think I'll need to pass a tuple. A tuple. What a nightmare. I want to. I want to commit this to GitHub so I can freely screw around and mess things up. So let me do that first. Let's go back here. Yeah, let's go back here. I'm gonna save and I'm going to basically go back a lot. Well, not a lot, but just going back to what it was before. I think that's when. Yeah, that's when. So I'm gonna put this back to what it was. I'm gonna make this ring index, air slots is gonna be ring index. It's always gonna be 0 because I'm not assigning. I'm not doing anything else. Ring index in here too, and here. Okay, so now that this is back to how it was when it was working, and I'll change this to in here ring index, and I'll have to pass int ring index equals 0. I'm just gonna have it like make it work without using the secondary ring, just so I can save this on GitHub and work from a checkpoint, so I can go back to a previous version where things were working. I'm getting an error. I'm getting an error. Where? Yeah, I called this, but what's the problem? Get air slot index is a problem. Distance, result, ring index, flying enemy on slots, ring index. What's the problem with this? What's the problem? And Miho always say I was quoting water, but it's just called load balancing. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna search it up. Yeah, but what I was saying before is that even though, even if I implement a sorting system for them, like to get even or evenly distributed in the circles, or I make the inner circle always be full, I will still need to know when they get far, or yeah, when they get far enough from the point, they are going to try to get a new one, and I need to get and I need to know when I deassign. Basically, when they get far enough, I'm going to say, okay, then the slot it was that flying enemy was occupying is empty, and the way I do that is by making the script that is there null. So that means I need to know in which ring it was to make it null. So I could have the best sorting I want, and it still would break. So let's see air slot count ring index. Yeah, why is it not working? Ring index. It's just zero. This is just zero. Result is not equal to -1. 'Script manager 105. Flying enemy on slots ring index result is null. Maybe it's because I have like 1,000 enemies. What if I just do 5 or 6 enemies? Yeah, with a low quantity of enemies, there are no problems. Okay, let me just save this. Let's do a checkpoint. Let's do a checkpoint here. Let me open GitHub desktop. I thought I had it open. So what I added, let's see what I added. Flying enemy normal, flying enemy R, flying enemy eyes. Yeah, there are a lot of things are need to be changed from here, but I just want to save what I did. Flying enemy brain. Airslot index. Yeah, that's basically the same. And geez, you say, all right, my attention span is finishing, even though I'm multitasking. So I'll just go. Have a good day, Roman. Uh, thank you for the kind words, and see you around. See you. Well, I'm gonna be live Monday, so maybe then. But if not, take care, and I'll see you around. Bye bye. Okay. So what are the changes? Ring count, game object, air slots. Yeah, I'm going to save this. So enemy visuals or enemy provisional visuals, flying enemy provisional visuals plus um broken secondary ring, broken secondary mm, ring in air slots, in player air slots. That's the longest title I've put for a comment ever. So there are now visuals, provisional visuals, provisional visuals for the flying enemy. And I think, did I make them fire? Did I make them fire here? Let me check the flying. Uh, it's in the brain, the firing signal. It's on the brain. So let me see if I can find the brain changes that I did. Enemy body, the body, flying enemy eyes, flying enemy prefab. Magic projectile. So yeah, I did create. Yeah, so that's flying enemy provisional visuals on firing. So there are no provisional visuals for the flying enemy. It can also attack the player when it's close enough. Now, for the other things, yeah. So what do I want to say in here on the description? I want to say, mm, I want to say, well, broken secondary thing on player slots, player air slots, secondary, like another ring was added, but the added so the enemies that don't fit on the first one can go there. But it is currently broken. It is currently broken. And making it throw errors when there are more enemies than when there are more enemies that are than the amount that can be on the first ring. Yeah, let's do that. Commit 24 files to main. Let's put story in. It's not a huge change, to be honest. But I like to save it because it's still some changes that I spent some time, especially because of the shader that I did yesterday for these guys. I wanted to save that. So now I'm completely free to go destroy my code. Okay, first of all, I need to pass the ring index. I need to do that. And in here, let's see, I want to delete this, no longer needed. Now, and get air slot position, I'll just do 0. It's always going to be starting at 0. Or I'll also add here int ring index, and it starts at 0. And here ring index. Now that's going to throw me an error. Why? Oh yeah, I will initialize this later down the script. Let's go in here. Set air slot fabs. Yeah, that's all right. Now, I just need to make. I'm gonna have to pass two ints. So int. This is gonna be. I'm gonna change the name of this. So this is not going to be just result, but it's gonna be air slot index. Air slot index. And this is gonna be result ring index. So, and this is gonna start at -1. So what I want to do now is, well, basically, when I finish doing this, like I iterate through the inner ring. Well, I iterate through the ring now because I can have multiple rings. I iterate through the ring, through the ring, through the ring. Um, and then if flying enemies on slots, ring index. Yeah, if the current flying enemy distance is less than the current charge's distance, then I'm going to grab that one, and I'm going to assign the air slot index to that one. What I need to know, though, is well, I just figured out if I yeah I can just have that and get air slot. Yeah, that's good. Now I don't need to pass two things. I can keep it this way. I just need to get the count. So here, public int, and it's gonna be get ring count, and I'll just pass the ring count. So here, I'll have to change things in here. So whenever I do get air slot index, yeah, if it's -1, if it's not -1, I get new slot index. So air slot index -1. Yeah, what I want to do is basically do a for int I equal 0, I is less than player air slot that instance that get air slot get air slot count. How get ring count? Yeah, get ring count. Ring count. And I'll do I plus plus. Now, I'm iterating to for the ring count. So here, if I don't get, okay, I'm gonna say air slot index. I do the get air slot index, and I'll pass the count. So it's gonna be I, or yeah, I. And in here, if the air slot index is no longer -1, I'm going to break. I'm gonna break the loop, and I'm gonna get uh, that one. But also, I need to go in here, and apart from the air slot index, I'll have a private int. Is gonna be the ring, or yeah, the ring index, and it's gonna start at minus 1. Yeah, it's gonna start at -1, and the gambling is not gonna stop. Dude, I think today has been one of the most difficult days of in terms of problems that I need to tackle. I don't know if I just didn't sleep well, but this is the most complicated things I've been doing so far. Well, apart from the AI. Okay. Mijo is saying I'm supporting you with the gambling. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I see you're with the slots. Okay, so here the ring index is gonna be equal to um the current the current I. So if air slot index is not equal to -1, I'm gonna pass the ring index. It's gonna be I. Now I could just do air slot index is not equal that. Okay. So I could just do the same thing now for in here. So basically, I check for air spot timer. Okay. So I assign the air slot index here, and then set target position timer equals. Yeah, I'm resetting the timers. Then I check again. If air slot index is not equal to -1, I'm gonna set the target. Yeah, I'm gonna set the target. Here it's gonna set target position. Yeah, that's okay. Now I need to know when I'm player air slots. When I set the air slot uh, to null, I need to pass the ring index. So ring index goes here. And I think that should do it. And now, the flying enemy brain and the player air slots are incredibly interconnected. They are not very spaghetti like, but uh, if they were ever getting to a spaghetti state, I would be dealing with 2 plates of spaghetti. Okay. This is not going to work if I don't have multiple enemies, or if I don't have multiple enemies, it shouldn't throw me any errors. Now I'm gonna have multiple to see if they move to the other position, or if they throw me errors. Index outside of range exception. Fantastic. Okay, Earthwell index. Here I'm getting the problem. Earthwell index, ring index, player air slots. Okay, let's go back. I'm using ring index everywhere. And in here too. So I don't see the problem with this. Hmm. If air slot index is not equal to -1, and here air slot index equals -1, if it's null, I'm gonna try to get one. See. Okay, so I'm just reading this to see where the problem might be. I'm gonna grab one of the errors here, and it's in this line. It's in this line. So why am I getting an index out of range exception? If I get the ring count is just 2. So it should be 0 and 1. Um, it should be 0 and 1. Mm, index out of range. Let me do a debug too. Whenever I do this, I'm gonna do a debug too. So debug log, gonna be I. So I want to know what the I is. I is I. And here I want the count to, so player um ring count. Yeah, ring count. Ring count. It's gonna be player air slots, that instance that get ring count, like that. Now let me see. Let me see the errors. Okay, ring count, yeah, it's always 2, and this doesn't get to advance. This doesn't get to advance at all. It's always stuck at 0. Now, the air slot index, it's just the get air slot index that's throwing me an error. Yeah, so I know this is not the problem. Just the function itself. Mm, yeah, just the function itself. What about if I go back there? Let's save. Let's go back there. And it's gonna be get air slot position. But what am I calling here? Get air slot index, not position. Mm, yeah, that's right. That's right. And Miho is a Roman say a number. Um, let's do 9. And Seba, you say which is the problem here? ¿Qué onda, Seba? ¿Cómo andas? The problem is, well, I'm getting a bunch of errors. and the problem is the index. Like basically, I'm doing a 4, so for however many times I do, uh, yeah, for however many times, um, for however many rings there are in the enemies. Because let me just show you, because it's hard to explain if you don't have any visual reference of what's happening. So let me get in here and show you what I'm talking about. So if I go in here, I have basically I'm just trying to make some flying enemies behave as I want, but the problem is here. You can see there are two like rings in here. So I'm saying I want to, for each one of those rings, I want to know if there is a valid position uh, that is not occupied by another enemy. You know, is there a position here in this ring, in the inner ring, that is not occupied? If it's occupied, then I don't care. Let's go to the next one then. So I do like I basically I'm trying to move to the next ring, and then checking if in that ring, okay, do I have any position that is not occupied in that ring? If that's the case, then pass me that position so I can go there. So yeah, that's a problem. I'm getting the way I'm handling telling it which ring to go to. I think that's probably throwing me an error. Okay. So yeah, it's this line where I'm calling get air slot index. So the air slot, each one of those red points you saw there, I call them air slots. So there are like positions they can be like assigned to be occupied or not occupied. Um, so yeah, I just want to get the index, and the index is basically what number in order it is. Okay, so I would guess this would throw me errors when I don't use 0, but it's throwing me when it's using 0. Hmm. Here ring index. Yeah, I don't see the problem here, to be honest. Don't see the problem here. Let's go into, and why do I have audio manager open? Let's go here. And what could it be? What could it be? Because is it returning anything? I don't think it is. I think it's getting stuck in the function. Um, let's call 0 always instead of 1. Let's just call 0. Yeah, let's just call 0 and see if I still get problems. Yeah, still getting errors. So let's put this back to I. Let's put this back to I. So that doesn't seem to be the problem. Now, when I have multiple of these guys, I'm getting the error thrown. But if I have, let's say, 7 or 8, no errors being thrown, and I don't know if you're still watching, Seba, but this is how they should work. The only problem is that whenever I have like multiple enemies, like more than this, I just want them to go to the next ring instead of staying in the inner circle because there's no more space for them. You know? Okay, let's go back there again. And let's just do let's revise the this thing. So now instead of doing this, I'm gonna go into the player slots, and I want to check that if I go here, ring index is gonna be 1. I'm gonna use the secondary ring that's up top, and if this doesn't throw me error, then I don't know what's happening, but if it does, then it's probably an initialization error. Yeah, doesn't seem to be okay, but this is still okay. This is still trying to go to the inner circles for some reason. Let's do 0 here, and maybe it's one of the other functions. Get air slot position, ring index, air slot index. Not sure why. Flying enemies on slots. The current flying enemy. And Seba, you say when you attack flying enemies, what is the order in which you attack? Um. Well, they for now they just get well whoever in the in order, whoever is first is close enough to attack is going to attack. But I plan to change that later. I'm just making the basic behavior first, and then I'll change how it behaves on uh, in terms of attacking, and I also want to have like an animation, redesign the enemies. And Nepal is here and says, "Hey Roman and chat, what's up Nepal? Welcome to the stream. How is it going?" Okay, so back at this. Let me put the ring index back to 1. Just it's really weird for me that this is not going to the next one. So when I iterate through the ring, the air slot count, yeah, I'm gonna do this 20 times then. I'm gonna get flying enemies on slots, and I have 2 of those. The current flying enemy distance, charge resistance. Nipple say, was tired yesterday, so I didn't stream, but I'm gonna make up for that tonight. Yeah, I was refreshing and refreshing to see if you were starting the stream, so I could just say hello and get to lurk and work. But yeah, you weren't there. Yeah, but you'll make it up tonight. I don't know if I'll be able to join today because after I finish streaming today, I will go out. But yeah, I'll be seeing you around. And you say, how about you? Not much. Just trying to to solve this problem with the flying enemies that I was working on yesterday. I thought I was going to be able to have them ready today, but programming made me rethink stuff. Because a lot of things broke today. Okay, let's see. I think the problem is I'm not actually going to the secondary ring, because I'm just this isn't iterating through the other ring. This is just iterating through one. So flying enemies on slots, I have to go to well first. Yeah, these are gonna be the the scripts. So if this is null, this is empty. And I have to get both here. Okay, that's okay. Now, if the current flying enemy distance is less than the current charge's distance. Yeah, this doesn't seem to be the problem. It's air slots, ring index, and ring index. I'm using the index correctly. Now, I'm gonna always, if for some reason ring index doesn't want to be 1, I'm gonna hard set it to 1 just to see if I can get to the other position. And Nepal, we say, yeah, I've had that happen before. Well, and Afghan says hi, Afghan, welcome to the stream, welcome. So yeah, that throws an error. That throws an error. How's it going, Afghan? Welcome to the stream. So when I do 1, I am getting that problem. And say, Afghan, what is this, bro? I am not understand. I'm making a game here. And I'm trying to solve some problems. But let me just show you what all of this is about. So flying enemy brain. Yeah, I'm just going to. Yeah, this can stay like this. It didn't seem to like the hard setting. So in here, yeah, let me show you. So this game is like it's a magic game with some silly graphics, and you basically cast the spells with the arrows. So you go like this, and there you have like some type of sound effect, or sorry, a type of spell. And there are 3 spells for now, but I'm working on the game currently, so there's gonna be more. And now specifically, I'm trying to make the flying enemies work. And there are other enemies here, for example, that are already working pretty well. So yeah, if you want to try the game, it's free. It's on the link down below. It's gonna be, I think, the first or the second link. Whatever says play my games, there you can go and try it for free. And Spark to say dunk. Okay, I'm not going to read all of that, but hello Spark, welcome to the stream. Welcome. How's it going, Spark? So yeah, let's go back in here. Let's go back and get air slot index. Yeah, because the problem, I want to see exactly where this is throwing me an error, because I know this line throws the error. But that line is associated to a call from another script that may be throwing the error, and it probably is. And Sparky say, good, I'm very glad. And Afghan, you say, what programming language do you use? I think you use C++ and Java. I'm using C#, and I'm using Unity. So they look a little bit similar. Specifically Java looks very similar to this. Okay, so no errors in here. The errors start appearing when I call this with 1. Let's do 1. Let's do 1 again. Yeah, and this probably will throw me errors. Because if it doesn't, then I know. Yeah, this throws errors. There's something to do with that index, that 1 that is not accessing this other stuff. the other arrays. And I'm going to say that's good, but I like web development. Oh, cool, cool. You're into web development. When did you start? I I got into web development for a bit, but I went back to game dev. It's pretty fun, especially front end. And are you into front end or back end or both? Okay, so here I'm gonna reset this to I, and in here too. And I'm gonna say your game is so butterfly. I don't know what butterfly means in this context, but I guess thanks. And never always say I was into game in the web dev for a short while, and then you went into game dev again, Nepal. Um, okay, the calling of this function is not the problem, so I should stop looking here. I should stop looking here. And what made you go into web dev, and what made you get back to game dev again? Not again, but transitioned into it for side projects. Okay, okay. Um, yeah, this is pretty annoying. I think maybe I didn't initialize this correctly, but I think they are initialized. So I'd like to get flying enemies on slots. I would like to, whenever I do the assignment here, um, I would like to know. Oh, okay, okay. So I think I'm not assigning this correctly, maybe, or maybe I didn't initialize this completely. And you say, Nepal, I was a college student, was doing a project for an internship, so I needed to learn Node.js. Okay. Well, that pretty much dominated my early career. Well, that's okay. It's still very helpful to know web dev. And I've got to say, this time I'm a print end developer. Oh, front end developer. But I learned back in development. Okay, okay. So you're into both then. Okay. So yeah, this might be an initialization problem. And I don't know if this is because of that, because if it were, I would expect to get an null, a null object somewhere. And then I say I prefer both front end and back end. Sticking with one thing sounds kind of dull. That's just me though. I'm restless. Um, I preferred when I was into web dev. I preferred. Oh yeah, both are fun. Both are fun. But front end, I think I like the designing part of it more than the handling the servers. I've never been good with servers. And I'm going to say, where are you from, dear? I am from Chile, so in South America. And where are you from, Afghan? I guess from Afghanistan could be. Okay, so back to this. Back to this. Let me see where I'm initializing this. Because here I have I am setting the basics of this jagged array, but here I'm just assigning The first like dimension, if this were a bidimensional array. Um, and where else am I calling this? I'm just gonna make sure these are assigned. So, well, they should start at null as null. Flying enemy brain. Let's see where I call this. Because probably this is throwing me errors. And Afghanistan, yes, I'm from Afghanistan. Cool, cool stuff. I think there in the Discord there is also a guy called Taha. That's from the community. That's also from Afghanistan. So pretty cool. Flying enemies on slots. If it's not null. Hmm. Yeah, I'm calling this an update. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be a big problem, or is it? I'm just gonna return here in case this is throwing me an error, because maybe since it's not being assigned. Yeah, boy, say Roman, you have fans from all over the world. Yeah, we have a community going on. We're like what, uh, 70 members on Discord or something. Most of them are not active at all, but and it's because I stopped streaming. But yeah, okay. Let me duplicate a lot. Then it goes to index out of range exception. Wow, I thought this was gonna be a lot easier, and I struggled to like focus very well on stream. So then what happens after I finish stream is that I check back on the script, and I just find, oh, it was very simple fix. But it's hard to tell when you're focused for a long period of time. Okay, air slot index, layer air slots, get air slot index. Yeah, so this is not the problem. Wearing cooldown timer, not the problem either. It's just somewhere in here, I guess. Just let me read one of those messages. I'd like to go through the full thing. So if I press play, I don't think I'll get any errors. It's just when I do when I have multiple. And let me go in here. Let's do flying enemy brain. Let's put it at ring index is 0, or sorry, is 1. Let's do 1. Let's hard set this at 1. And now, since this is gonna throw me errors, I'm just going to trace where exactly is this originating, because there are multiple calls for the error for the error to be thrown. So the first call we have is on flying enemy brain on line 30. base that update. Flying enemy brain. Base that update. Yeah, so here is the same as enemy brain. So if we go to the enemy brain and we go to update acton state, it's just horde. So it's calling horde, and horde it makes it set the target destination. Yeah, but this is getting overridden. So yeah, let's move on to the next one. Then enemy brain. It's enemy brain on multiple parts. And then the last one is this. Get air slot position. Get air slot position. Let's see where I'm calling this. Go to definition. I don't want to go to definition. I want to go to the references. So where am I calling this? On flying enemy brain, I'm calling it 2 times. Let's search for get air slot position here. Get air slot position. If the enemy is very far from the target. Yeah, so the thing is, could this be air slot index? I just have to assign the ring index because I wasn't. Get air slot position. Because could this be the problem? Get air slot position. Let's do air slot index or ring index. Mm. And I'm not going to make this like you will have to, whenever you use this, you will have to assign the value. Where else? And let's put this back to ring index. It's gonna be whatever you assign it to be. So maybe that could be the problem. Let's play it. No, I don't think it's gonna throw me any errors now, but it should when or previously it was throwing me when I had multiple. Yeah, there you go. Let's see. Yeah, so the index is outside of the bounds of the array. There. What? I don't understand. Let's see. My brain is not braining. Okay, so I just want to make sure that if I'm getting a problem, I'm not getting it from the call itself, but rather inside the function. So the way I had this before, it wasn't throwing errors, but yeah, the way I had this before, it wasn't throwing errors, uh, but I wasn't calling this multiple times either. Like it's just one. It's just when I use. Yeah, let me just set this to 1 and this to 1, 2. It's to 1, and I've done this multiple times, but it is very weird that this is not working. or at least they should go to the next ring. Okay, now it's not. Okay, that's progress. Now they're going to the next ring, which is very good. As you can see here, let me make this bigger so you can see. Yeah, now they are on the secondary ring. That is solid progress. But okay, I already know why it wasn't working before. But now I have to make it. I have to make it so this is I in here, and this is I. Yeah, so I have to, like, I know I can make sure, or no, I am sure that this is not related to the call of the function, but the function itself when it gets to one. So when it's a problem of how this is handling it. Here, let's do this. Okay, if I multiply this. Okay. Let me go to the bathroom real quick, and I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's go back to the problem, and I want to check if that is the only problem being thrown. If I collapse this, yeah, it's the same error every time. So air slot index player. Air slots instance get air slot index transform that position this and I. So passing the current position, passing the script, and passing the iteration. So here, get ring count. I'm doing this twice. So if I don't have any, this is gonna get me -1 is if there are no possible positions, and if there are possible positions, then I'm just going to if it's not -1, if it's not -1, The ring index is going to be I. Okay. And then I break from the 4. Yeah. We can. I think we're sure the problem is not here. Now, if we go to get air slot index, let's read this carefully. Air slot index equals -1. That's the base result that's going to return at the end if nothing else changes. Now, when I iterate through the ring, I'm doing a for loop for the how many spaces are there in this count or in this how many spaces are there in I'm gonna write a better messages. Iterate for the amount of spaces in the selected ring, and I'm gonna make it highlighted here. Now, if flying enemies on slots, ring index, flying enemies on slots, ring index. Basically, what is this? This is basically saying if it's null, then it means it's empty. Is the if the current slot, current space, or current slot is empty slots. Yeah, if the current slot is empty, then if the current flying enemy distance is less than the current shortest distance, current shortest if the current flying enemy distance to the slot is less than the current shortest distance to the slot, I'm going to pass, I'm going to reassign the distance so it can be compared against, and the air slot index is going to be I. Yeah, when I get outside of the for loop, I'm going to basically ask, did I find the position? If it didn't, it's going to go here. So does not equal -1. Oh, yeah, this is where when it finds a position. Flying enemy on slots here, ring. And if it doesn't, I'm just gonna put it to null. It's gonna be null, and I'm going to return. I'm gonna return the number. Now let me save this with better numbers, with better comments. And let's see, because the problem comes from player air slots. You see, the problem comes from there. And now if I duplicate them, I think it needs one more. Yeah, there it is. Where does it go? trying to go to that position, okay? What did I have before? What did I have before here? It was just air slot index, and I wasn't making anything more than this. But this is not going to. What I had previously wasn't iterating through how many rings there are. And yeah, ring index doesn't get assigned. Yeah, the problem is getting here. It's getting called here. But why is it called here? I think this is one of those problems that I should tackle off stream because on stream, I just wanna jap, but I really need to take the time to just focus on this to actually solve this. So it's not one of those problems that goes right on stream. Mm, yeah, so let's read this again. Flying enemies on slots. The problem is that I don't see the problem. That's the real problem. I don't see the problem with this function in any case. Like when I call this with ring index, it just works. Let me let me prove that one more time. Like let's just do I. Let's just do 1 and 1 instead of I. 1 1. And maybe it's because I'm trying to call stuff with -1. Am I trying to call stuff with -1? It's going to the other one. Let's put this back to I. I suspect the problem might be with having the air slot assigned to -1 when I'm calling something. But it shouldn't be. Okay, if air slot doesn't equal -1, so there is it has grabbed one position, I'm gonna set it to null. Yeah, according to the ring index. According to the ring index. I would like to see here ring index. Yeah, it's set correctly. I would like to see the values for air slot index and ring index for this enemies. Let's go, let's select one and here, and let's go debug. And where is it? It should be on brain. On the brain, it has that index. So Yeah, air slot index is currently set to -1 and -1 for ring index. And now it grabbed my enemy brain. It grabbed air slot index 5 and ring index 0. Yeah, it is being set correctly. Now, if I duplicate, yeah, this is the one that gets me the error. It has for air slot index, it has -1 and it has -1 on ring index. So I'm calling stuff with that. I'm calling stuff with that uh, thing. I could just do something very simple, very simple, and is that if the ring index um in here, if the ring index is -1, return this. Return this crap. I don't want it. Return -1. And in here, what? Ring index, air slots. Yeah, let's see if that solves it. Because I think the problem is I'm calling this with where things are not assigned. It doesn't have a correct position to do this. No, not the problem. The problem is there. Doesn't go away. Yeah, let's go here. Let's check the flying enemy brain. Let's see, air slot index. So if it's less or equal to, or if it's not -1, I'm calling stuff, and here is where I'm assigning, yeah, air slot index. I'm resetting to -1. They want to get the index. Or, okay, if air slot index equals -1, they want to get a new one. So getting that new one is getting that new one a problem? I'm gonna do something very simple. I'm just gonna do uh, in here. Copy this. Gonna delete this. Air slot index is gonna be that, and I'll do 0. I'll start at 0. If I can get one in here, air slot index. If air slot index is not 1, or yeah, it's not 1, or not -1. I'm gonna do this again, but I'm gonna call it with index 1. And Miho, you say, I'm back. My man seems perplexed. Dude, I'm astonished. I am. Yeah, I am perplexed. Uh, because I don't know where things are going wrong. So I'm just trying everything I can. I think, dude, this is I 100% assure you, this is gonna be one of these problems that are super super easy to solve, but I just need to like get a break and come back and focus without jumping. Okay, so here I get an index out of range exception. Still getting it. Layer air slot inside get air slot. Yeah, you know what? You know what? I'm gonna go in here. Let's go GitHub desktop. Let me see the changes I have done here. Um, I'm deleting this. I'm deleting, discarding the changes, and I'm gonna see if I fix it other day. Because today I think I'm cooked. My brain is not braining at all. Um, I'm just gonna solve it off stream with more calm. I'll tell you Monday what happens. I'll tell you what it is or what it was, and we'll work from there. So that's it for today's stream. Dude, what a finish! It was. I think today has been one of the streams where I have struggled the most out of all. Yeah, I'm gonna XPR you say take some brain rest, Roman. I am. I'm going to rest and I'll come to this to try and fix this off stream. And I'll see you Monday if you're able to join. Oh yeah. By the way, I'm gonna start 3 hours later from next week. So I just wanted to let you know. That's all for today. All for today. I hope you had a great time. I did while breaking my head trying to solve this. And see you next time. Bye bye. Take care. That code just took the best out of me. Bye bye.